If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 27th of June 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics here at Rosehill Garden. Now this is in New South Wales, Rosehill, and the ground reading is today soft. The last finishing mile is about 400 meters, a little more than 400 meters, and we have got about 10 races here today. And we'll see what we can do here. About this track generally offers anywhere about 40% of the odds, and the rest we need to navigate through. So we'll see what we can do here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in two steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often highlight those things and give it a shout out. That's more or less what we do. So we are here with the benchmark 72, which is the first one, 1300 meter. And we'll take the market snapshot before we start talking about the horses. $14, 2, 1, and 10. So it's a 1300 meter. The 14 is the favorite. Now, the 14, ideally, for a 1300 meter, 1200 meter, 1100 meter, this is the winning weight. Okay. It's quite capable of handling this. There's no problem. But it is getting into negative because of the form line. 14 has the form line. Okay. And 14 probably is the one which is 14 probably is the one with the weight advantage. So and the 10 probably is there in this bargain because that's the right match on the jock. Okay, 1 1. So that's the right jock. So how it might play. So So there are quite a few things to consider. One is this, that it is going to come from gate number 12. Form line is missing. Secondly, this is going to be running on the highest pressure line, and the jockey looks like green. So this is not the right jockey for this pressure line. That's one side of the story. So if that fails because of the jock, okay, so if that fails because of the jock, then it is here, because then that's the next. Okay, then that's the next. So I think it's better to go with a low pressure for the first one, though it's a 1300 meters, so pressure will play, and the pressure is 58 on this. The problem is jock. We'll see how that works. Ideally, that's the winning weight. Okay, ideally that's the winning weight on 1100 meter, 1200 meter. That doesn't matter. I still want to believe that the 2 is going to win, but the problem remains with the jock and the form line. So we'll see how that works, because 14 is probably the low weight advantage. Okay, 14 probably is the low weight advantage, because the other one, which is here, is on a negative leverage, so that probably is not getting there, the 16. Uh, then the 4 is lower, but the jockey reduces here. About these horses, they have the jockey support, and they probably are there in some form or the other. Uh, but 10 probably is an EW. 10 is there because of the jockey match on this. So rest everything could be a place. Now 14 is basically a weight advantage. So for 14 to win, 2 has to fail, 1 has to fail. Both of them has to fail. Can that work with just form line and a low weight on 1300 meter is a question. So the first one, I think I'd like to go with a 10 EW on this. We'll just keep it low and see how things work on 14 and how it works on 2 and 1. Okay. The 2 should be winning. 14 is a weight advantage, which will get there because of the form line, probably. But whether 2 is going to, I mean, the 14 will be able to beat 2, or the 1 is kind of hazy, because when we look at this, then this is a drop. Okay. This is not a drop. This is going higher. But at the same time, the form line is missing. For this one also, the form line is missing. They're going, this one is down, but the form line is missing. But it has done something very good recently. That's why it's showing like that. 1, 14, 2, they are all good contenders, but in between, the 10 which is there has a tactical advantage because of the jock. Okay, the jock is also good. It's not the jock is bad. So the 10 probably will have winning is difficult. Definitely winning is difficult, but because of the jock, this thing is in a position which should get it a position. Whether 2 is going to win without the form line is a risky proposition from gate number 12, and the jock is someone who's not giving a lot of confidence, so we'll keep it low. But ideally 2 is the 1 on a 1300 meter. That's the 1. Okay, we'll see how that works. 10 probably is the place. We'll see how that works. Jimmy, welcome back, Jimmy.
Currently in Japan with husband Jason, who's riding over there for the next few months. Jason Collin. Up comes Star Indian. She swings moving in. Equilibrist. And only two to move up. Presides and just in time. Good. Welcome along everyone to Rosehill Gardens, midway to Stardust. Soft 6 metre rail. And the program about to commence. They're all set. And they're racing now. Cozy Corner barrier one stepped away okay. Cold Brew pushing up it. And so too is Mafia. Mafia's got the lead. Cold Brew 3 wide. Fellas Chouse between them. Cape Byron, Roussillon much closer. In behind Cozy Corner in a bunched field. Wide out Star Indian. In that clump was Presides, followed by She Swings, about 4 or 5 off the leaders. On the outside of Hell of a Nature, Thames just in time in an awkward spot, and Equilibrist is last. Fellas Chouse goes to the lead, out to the side, 650 metres to run. Led by one Cold Brew, Mafia box seating, Star Indian is wide. Then Cape Byron, Cozy Corner, the inside from Presides, Roussillon, She Swings, Hell of a Nature, they spin the turn. Fellas Chouse, 400 to go. Led Cold Brew, Mafia. Behind those then was Cape Byron, Cozy Corner railing up on the inside, and further back was Hell of a Nature. Halfway down the running, Cold Brew laying in, goes up on the outside of Fellas Chouse. Cozy Corner, Mafia, Hell of a Nature running home. Inside the last 150, Cold Brew, Fellas Chouse, Mafia, Hell of a Nature, Cozy Corner. It's Cold Brew in front, Cold Brew holding them, and Cold Brew's going to win it just from a photo between Hell of a Nature and Mafia. Then Cozy Corner, followed by Fellas Chouse, Thames, Equilibrist, then Cape Byron, Roussillon, She Swings, Presides, Star Indian and just in time. Cold Brew takes out race number 1. William Stanley for Richard and Will Friedman. Positive from the gate, got outside the lead and has been too strong. Cold Brew wins the opener. Had a great preparation last time in this gelding. He won 3 races.
28110.
And he's come back and second up, gets the job done. 10 starts, 4 wins, 4 seconds. Super consistent horse by Piero, 4-year-old gelding. And he wins the first. 28110, race number 1, interim numbers. Other details to follow. Certainly those horses on pace.
So 2 went through. Then it was 8. 2, 8. 1 and 10. Two went through. 14 was a lower weight. It did not get the advantage. I thought the 10 will get there, but it got stuck in the traffic for some reason. And the 8 went through with a low pressure. Okay, we'll move on to the next. One, three, four. 1, 3, 4, 13, 21, 22. 13, 21, 22. All scratched. 7, 6, 12, and 5. So here is the first problem with 7. 7 is going to be running neutral, okay? There are two things that are happening. 7 probably will get there with a place, which is because of the jock. But the jock looks like that. And it doesn't have a form line. So that's one side of the story. The other side of the story is it is a 54.5, which is going to be running as a neutral. That is a very difficult job. That's a very difficult job to work out with. 54 doesn't work on neutrals. The neutrals, if they have to work, that's the correct weight. Okay, anything that and above that, mostly. Okay, so that's that part of the story, that it is difficult to win as a neutral. Now, the other one, which is in check, is 11. We know how that works. So that's the right arrangement on that horse. It's capable of 57. It's chasing, but in here we needed a jock which is better than this. Okay, so we have the arrangement. We have the arrangement on this horse. There are two issues with this. One is the form line is absolutely missing, and the second is the jock. So if we look at RaceNet, what is 11? 11 is from gate number 10. It is it's not been doing well. Okay, it got nowhere in the last 3 races, so that's the problem. But it has the arrangement. I don't know how that'll work, but that's that. Now, coming back to this particular race, the idea, the 7 will have traction winning with gate number, with being a neutral. That's the first. Second, the form line is missing. That's that part of the story. Out here, these two are the same. This is a higher drop, and this is a lower drop. So ideally, it is 5. Okay, both of them has the same carrying weight that they are carrying. Both of them are going to run neutral, and both of them can crack it out. Both of them can crack it out. Now, where is going to be where it is going to be a little tussle? Okay, so the first thing is, this genius is a colt, and the jockey who is riding this horse, Anna Roper, she doesn't have a relationship with this colt. She's going to be riding this for the first time. So whether the colt is going to listen to her and will actually run, because colts are very difficult animals. Colts are very difficult animals to deal with. But ideally, it is, where it boils down is probably here on this. So if we look at these two horses, okay, they both come from the same weight group. They're both carrying the same weight. They're both neutrals. The difference is this, that this one, the 6, carried 61 last time with a 3.5 drop, has a jock. We can see the jock is good, probably the best. And then the other jock who is on this is this. They both have the same advantage. So basically, the advantage is on 5 because of the low drop. And if that's that, then that should work. But in practicality, this is a colt. Whether it'll run and win, that's a very big question, but that's probably the one. And that 11 is a check. It probably is not in a position to do anything today. but it has the arrangement. We'll see how that thing gets placed. Okay. I'm not going to get into it. They're all neutrals. I don't like to work with neutral horses. They kind of disappoint at the last moment. And here we just don't have neutrals. We have a colt without a jockey relationship. So that makes it twice risky. The 6 is also good, but that's a drop. Tactical advantage is on 5. Whether it'll run, that's $1 million question. So we'll stay out of this for all good reasons. I am not going to be a party of this. Let me check. And it's very wide also. Very wide. We'll see how that works. I'm not going to get into it. Those are the things that are happening. This one is also a check. The 10, definitely we know that's what that is. We'll see how that works. I'm not going to get into it. But ideally it is on 5. See if the 5 wins. Good idea, Jimmy. For a 1500-meter, trusting that colt is a very slippery slope.
Ends in the listed colours, the red cap. So the chronicles of Red Rags to Bulls continue here. It's been quite the wild ride, this preparation. Has had no luck at stages, been getting a mile back out of its ground, but the horse does love Rosehill, loves 1,500 metres. 6 metre rail today. But sometimes highways are the race that bucks the trend. I feel like the fence is going to be an advantage today, but sometimes in these highways, they're almost a rule to themselves. So we'll wait and see if Red Rags to Bulls can win one this prep. Ready and Lucky goes up. Loading away well. The little side battle here is the apprentices battle. Santa Grima rides the favourite, Red Rags to Bulls. Braith Knock, currently 4 clear in the premiership. He's on Portofino, the $8 third favourite. It should go forward and make its own luck, whereas Red Rags to Bulls, she's going to need some luck. Southerly Buster is walking up. Release point goes in. Dale about to get set. Hello to Matt Damon. I'm sure he's watching. Part owner of Dale. Spurline comes in. It's about to walk forward. Only 3 out of the stalls. Navy Boy, one of those, and Holy Hell to go in as well. So Holy Hell walking up. And we're nearly set. 1,500 metres for the Tab Highway in front of the Tab signage. Red light on. They're off. And going straight back at the start was Saintly Sands. Where's Red Rags to Bulls? She's front half of the field today, much closer than usual. Bounding out nicely was Portofino. Waitley's there. Holy Hell and Navy Boy is going forward but wide. In behind those, the inside was Ready and Lucky. Hammered to its outer. Red Rags to Bulls trying to slot in but posted 3 wide. Around She's Ain, Bonus Tempest on the fence, followed by Japanese on the outside. Next the rails at that stage was Release Point. It's in company with Dale. 1.5 lengths to Saintly Sands, Spur Line, Southerly Buster, and Dance. Portofino controlling it here. There's no pace. Leads by a 1/2 length Navy Boy. Waitley, the outside Japanese. They were followed by, back behind them, Holy Hell. Then came on the rails, Ready and Lucky. Further afield to Hammett. Red Rags to Bulls, 3 wide with cover. Trying to get wound up on the outside, about 5 off the lead to the turn. Portofino led Navy Boy and Japanese. The inside was Waitley, Holy Hell, Ready and Lucky. Red Rags to Bulls to the middle. Still about 4 or 5 back. It's Portofino. Waitley past the 300 with Waitley getting up on the inside of Portofino. Red Rags to Bulls is still coming. Portofino, 125 to go from Waitley. And late on the scene is Release Point. Portofino from Waitley. Portofino needing the post. Finds it. Portofino gets
6.
there from Waitley and Release Point. Not sure what's run fourth. Ready and Lucky's there. Red Rags to Bulls. Then Bonus Tempest and Spurline. Followed by Saintly Sands, Holy Hell, She's Ain, Hammett, Southerly Buster. Then Navy Boy. And Dance. One more Dale at the end. Portofino. Braith Knock. Margin back to 5 in the apprentice's title. Wins on the Mac Griffith trained galloper over Waitley and the closing Release Point to race number 2. Portofino, he's thrived under Griffith's care, this horse. He's had a great preparation. He's won 3 out of 4, 1 minor placing.
Six got through. The 5 basically as a colt it did not run. just did not run because it's a colt. Six had the right opportunity of being neutral. Seven, bad idea. Then it was 18. The 11 tried, but it couldn't do the last mile because of its form line, but it tried anyway. Point is this, that this weight is not adequate for being a neutral. We'll go to the next. Eight and 12 has been scratched. Nine, 3, 7, and 11. So 9, this is 1100 meter. Okay, this is 1100 meter. Ideally, it's like this one, the first one, right? The top weight should win here. Now, when we look at the top weights, there are 3 of them: 1, 2, and 3. So if we look at the first one, which is here, uh, it is good, and it is jumping 4 steps up from 59. It is jumping, I mean, not from 59, from 55, from the last race. It is jumping 4 steps up. The actual capacity is about 59, increasing it to 59 and a half. That's not the problem. The problem is the jock. The jock is a very weird jock. I don't know what he is going to do. The other one, which is here, is also good, but it's not doing well. So these two are in trouble. Okay. And the third one, which is 3. Ideally, 3 should win. 9 is again probably a place if the 5, which is there, not doing well, but those are there. So that's one side of the story. Then it's not going to be very surprising to see this coming through as a place. The problem is the jock. How the jock is going to manage this is something that we will see. But ideally, between these two horses, that's a 53 with 1, and this is a 56. So definitely this is better. The 3 is better. Actually, the best is 1. Actually, the best is 1 here. But that's the problem with the jock. So we'll keep that in mind. So that jock is the issue. Otherwise, this should be 1. But we'll take 3. 9 probably is a low pressure. We'll get there in some form, but how, we will see. I mean, low weight. So we'll see how that works.
This guy wrote a
Is everyone? I don't know. Maybe because we are at Rosehill, some of the best races today are probably in Queensland. Some Group 1 races and all that. Eagle Farm. Yes, been a while.
And
in trip's not going to be an issue for her. I think she's come back really well. She's always tried like a nice horse. 6 All the Way May is 1 past 2, including at this track and distance last time out. Probably wanted more rain, but maps to get a soft run again, and did run decent enough time the other day. 9 Gorgeous. Look, got the right gate today, but she has been very costly. She was luckless a few starts ago, but her run last time out was good enough from a wide gate. She can map closer, and she'd probably find the right part of the track. And 3 Benevac, I thought, was terrific. Second up wide, no cover. One of the runs of the day. Just draws wide again, and where he gets to from out there, the little niggle. 7, 6, 9, and 3 for me.
And what about Gillette? As I mentioned before I threw to you, it's just attracting some interest to do something. First up for Terry Croft. Showed talent in that debut preparation. 2 recent trials, won the latest at Hawkesbury by 3/4 of a length.
Trials have been terrific, Mardo. She looks really like she's humming at the moment. Look, off 392 days, never easy to win, particularly in town. But that latest trial at Hawkesbury, she beat Polyglot, who's a consistent Saturday City performer, and Eye the Fire in the same boat. And she ran a rate very impressively. Even the first trial was good. So convinced she's a nice filly. It's just whether she's fit enough and forward enough, but the market's suggesting that could be the case.
Pick of the yard is on screen, or was. Melinda Turner's pick of the yard, Gorgeous. And late with the bookies at $3.50, $3.70 into $3.30. Benevac is 5, just nibbled into $4.80. All the Way May is $9 into $8. Gillette firms here with the bookies as well. One up shorter than Tab, $18 into $16. Lighthouse Lass is 20 into $16, and importantly draws the inside for Reece Jones. It's a roughie with a chance, a 3-year-old filly from Richard and Wilfred.
Yeah, she's been going okay, but I think the market support is for that barrier number 1, Mud. I think we'll see a few of those back today. So far, we've had 2 races. The winner in the first sat outside the lead off the rail, but 2nd, 3rd and 4th were all on the rail. And then the first 3 home in race number 2 were all on the rail in run. So generally is the case when the rail goes out 6 metres here at Rosehill. So look, we're only a couple down, and it is chopping up a bit, so it may change, but at this stage, barrier 1 is worth its weight in gold.
And big odds Embrace the Wind, 81 into 61. You're with Farito, though. She's second up off a bleed today.
Yeah, she's trialled like a nice horse. I like the first up win. Just the market being against her and the track pattern are probably the 2 little negatives here, and I think that's probably why she's on the way out. So I still think she can run very well, but confidence down a little bit after seeing the first couple.
Alicia Collett just out of the saddle at the moment. An early quaddie's about to start. Let's head to Luke.
Up comes Royal Air Force, Sneaky PC, Albany Road and Gillette to come in. Has had a year off, but was in work late last year, was nearly ready to race and just had another little issue. So despite having the long spell, it's not like Gillette hasn't had a bit of work between now and its last start. So Albany Road comes in and will be set at the 1100 metres. The red light on. Favourite barrier 2. They're off. Jump Well Gorgeous. All the Way May was away nicely. Harito, and also there is Royal Air Force early stages. Wide out Benevac, and charging forward is Lady Invictus. Into the first turn they go. Lady Invictus is going to lead from Benevac. Harito digging up on the inside is All the Way May. Gillette caught deep, followed by Royal Air Force Sneaky PC. Gorgeous 3 back the fence. Then Albany Road, followed by back behind those runners Lighthouse Lass. Then Stormland, and last is Embrace the Wind to the turn. Lady Invictus, Benevac together. All the Way May, Harito the next pair. Gillette is wide, Gorgeous railing up into the straight. Lady Invictus and Benevac below the 350. Harito trying to wind up. All the Way May's getting a split. And further back was Gorgeous. Benevac hits the front. All the Way May and Harito give chase. Lady Invictus boxes on, 100 to go. Benevac on the outside. Harito trying to get to it. Benevac still in front. Late Lighthouse Lass. Benevac in front. Lighthouse Lass flew. Oh, Benevac and Lighthouse Lass in a photo. Harito's close up. So too is Gorgeous.
What was that?
And Lady Invictus. Behind those was Royal Air Force, Embrace the Wind, followed by Albany Road, then Gillette and Sneaky PC. Stormland last. Lighthouse Lass is flowing at Benevac here, and let's have a look. Yeah, it'll get up. Lighthouse Lass. Richard and Will Friedman will get a double here. Reece Jones has a
Stormed up inside Benevac and is being favoured to get the judge's verdict here. Probably 14 from 3. I mean, it's close for third. It's definitely won. Lighthouse Lassen pays $14 and $3.60. 7 and 11 are two that are close up for third, but they're photos and they're stretched right across the track. We mentioned Lighthouse Lass pre-race, drawing the inside and attracting some interest. And it salutes for Reece Jones and the Freedman's Air Dover.
Yeah, it does so, Marto. It's been pretty consistent of late. Gee, that was some finish, wasn't it, when she got out that last little bit? But, look, I think if you probably take the track pattern away today, I'm not sure she wins the race. But, look, she's found her right race, barrier 1. I think the second horse, Benevac, is absolutely flying off the rail. Last two have been terrific, busting to win a race. Clearly the run of the race for me.
So it's 14, 3 and 11 for third, Lady Invictus. And all those totes, big for the winner, are up on screen as the early quaddie gets underway at Rosehill. Feature race there today is the Tab McKell Cup. It's a listed race over 2,000 metres. That's race number 8.
Just the jockey, okay? Just the jockey weight managed so beautifully on this that the 14 knocked out the 3. That was a low pressure. I was thinking where the low pressure is going to come. Here it was not possible. This was the second one. But the jockey has not raced here, probably. We'll go to the next. Huge scratching. 178. 12, 13, 15. And 18. Two is 11. Is 3. 4 is 8. 8 is 16. 6, 5. 9 is 1. 10 is 11. 11 is 3. 14 is 10. 17 is 2. 5, 6, 17, and 10. So it's a benchmark 70 to 1400 meter. The 5 is the favorite. Now, if we look at the structure, then before it hits 5, 3 is the highest, all right? Above this, all are lower. They're all 53. That's the highest here, okay? Now, they're both doing the same thing. Jumped from here, and from here it is like 5 steps up. It's getting into negative. That's one side of the story. The other side is that's that. Now the 10 has the arrangement of the jock like this one, okay? But that was also present in 11 here, which was not within the form line, and we had few others where that same arrangement was there. The problem is this, that the form line is definitely an issue. They have the arrangement for the jock, but the form line is definitely an issue. 5 is jumping 5 steps lower than this. The capability is higher on 3, and it is going to be running on 0 pressure. There is no pressure on this horse. This is anyway an EW. So 3 is not there within the odds, and 3 is a check. Okay. Now coming to the higher weights. The higher weights are chasing very high. From 56, capability is definitely there. And can it work? Well, the thing is, it might. And why it might? Because the 6, which is the highest pressure line, is a 55. Will it get there? Maybe with the jock support, but the jock looks like that, okay? And we'll see how that works. And so if on a 55 with 1.5 increment, it becomes 56.5, which is turning out to be a 58 with the jock, okay? If that's that, it is creating a pressure line of 105, wherein a higher weight is creating a pressure line which is lower, okay? So definitely, all those things are in trouble. We'll see how the 3 gets placed. The 5 that they're talking about is also getting into negative. Is it a good horse? It is. And problem is this, that it is jumping 5 steps. The form line doesn't support. We'll see how that works. But the 3 probably is there because of how the structure is. PC! Welcome back. Yeah, just yelling at jocks. Fabulous. That's fabulous, PC. You anyway get those.
across to the front, he's going to be awfully hard to beat. And even if he sits outside the lead, we've seen horses outside the lead run quite well today. Anywhere else, and if he's not on the rail, he might be in a bit of trouble. So I think we'll find out that first little bit. I think 1400 looks ideal, and I'd be surprised if they're not handlebars down here and to try to get that front spot. 6 Tarzing, missed the start first up, was luckless. I thought the run was overplayed, though, all the same. I don't think it's the strongest race as Big Papa comes through. All eyes on how she jumps today and where she gets to in the run. 17, maybe mow it. Well, she just got too far back last time, as simple as that. If she can settle closer, she's actually going quite well. And Cherish Me, 4th pick off the Kenzo win latest, has got some chance as well. But I'm with Big Papa. Just needs a nice aggressive ride here early, Marto.
And with the tab at $3.40 into $2.70 as the best backed, and the best back to beat it is one that you've got in the mix as your 3rd pick, maybe Mow It, number 17 for Adam Hieronymus, Chris Wallace, $7 into $5. They are the 2 best backed on the tab fix from this morning to now. We're just under 2 away from
Adaman!
Have a look at the late figures bookies. Obviously, they went up a lot shorter. Big Papa, $2.60, $2.80, back to $2.70. Tarzing is $3 to $3.50. Maybe Mow It has fans everywhere, Davo. $5.50 into $5. It too went up a lot shorter than the tab, and she's been close up of late. Back to a 72 grader off a 78, but takes on the boys this time.
Yeah, she does. She's been going better than it reads in the form guide. She, as I said, it was just too negative, the ride last time, and got way too far back. She finished the race off quite nicely, and drawn barrier 2, she's a good chance to find that fence, which, of course, the last winner, 2 of the 3 winners have found so far in most of the place getters. So I think the market's cottoning onto that. She's got a good turn of foot. She can finish off strongly here late with a bit of luck.
At longer odds, Conza Spec, 13 into 12. Cherish Me, number 3, is 16 into $14. And Twisted Queen, number 9, $26 into $19 is a notable move at odds. Drawing the inside for Braith Knott. 10-day backup for Joe Pride. Blinkers first time.
Yeah, that's the reason. Barrier number 1, probably nothing else, really. Blinkers on, perhaps. Last run was disappointing when she found the right part of the track. She was good earlier this prep, clocking some good late sectionals, but yeah, it's barrier 1 why she's been back for sure.
Big Papa, though, is your top pick. Runs here 3rd run back from a break. Started 4.40 in the Vo Rogue up in Queensland. A Group 3 behind Ninja, 3rd up last campaign and covered ground.
Yeah, that was our day. Ninja won by a big space, and he did cover ground. He was solid there. His first up run this prep was great. He just got cluttered up, and it didn't work out for him at all. He's a big striding horse that needs room. So I think the wide gate's probably okay for him as long as he can get across, because it'll give him time to wind up and get into his work.
They're getting set for race number 4. Let's get to Luke. He's about to come up. Cherish Me and Tarzing, the other pair out of line. Sun trying to break through here at Rosehill, but there's plenty of cloud around us. They forecast 5 to 15 mils out of this area today. Nothing's turned up thus far. Now Twisted Queen's been backed out of line, number 9. Okay, it's out on vets, thanks, Steve. So Twisted Queen out on vets, 12.45. That's a big scratching. Because what that now does, it gives maybe Mow It the fence. And that will significantly boost its winning chances. They're off and racing. And Big Papa bounded out brilliantly out wide, and he's going to charge across and take the lead. Big Papa leads, settling. Tarzing much closer than it's expected, straight to second. Behind them on the outside then was Damien. Out wide, Royal Flair taking closer order. Maybe Mow It. Behind those horses, Cherish Me. Consa further back from Namaste, and 3 lengths to So Rebellious. Big Papa gliding in front. Royal Flair comes across to sit outside as they go to the 750. Tarzing in the box 3rd. On the inside of Damien. Maybe Mow It 3 back the inside. Followed by Cherish Me, Consa. Then Namaste, and So Rebellious is the last one. Big Papa leads. 600 metres to go from Royal Flair.
Leader's got Tarzing right on his back. Will be a danger. Damien next, followed by Maybe Mode as they spin around the home turn. Big Papa held together. He leads by one. Tarzing, the room's appearing. A length away to the outside. Damien, Royal Flair, but still Big Papa led. Past the 300. Tarzing's trying to zero in and come after him. But Big Papa's digging in. Tarzing a neck away the outside. They're going to fight it out. It's Tarzing looming to Big Papa. Races up on the outside. Takes the lead. And Tarzing is going to beat Big Papa. Excellent ride to find the fence there. Photo for third between Namaste and Maybe Moen. Then Damien, followed by Cherish Me. Further back in the field was So Rebellious, Consa, and last was Royal Flair.
Tarzing over the top of Big Papa under Sienna agreement to pay $3.70 and $1.20. Runner-up pays $1.20. Issue for third rest between 17 inside, which will get it. And that's Maybe Moen ahead of Namaste. So it'll be 6, 5, 17 and 11. Tarzing finds winning form second up and is a talented fourth.
Nice, Adaman. 6 went through. Six, 5, 17, and 6, 5, 17. 6, 5, 17, 11, 66. Okay, that's it. We'll go to the next. Seven, 11, 12 all scratched. One, 9, 10, 3. Yeah, looks like one will win. Why? So if we look at the arrangement, this is jumping low. Okay, it is higher and jumping low than one, but whatever the jump is, that's the jockey alignment and that's the jock. So 3 probably will get beaten by the jock. About 9 is lower with a very high jump, and 10 is very far. What might get, I mean, these two are all 57. This one is going to run neutral, which is true. It is fabulous in its thing, the form line. But again, 57 as a neutral, I don't know whether that'll work. Generally, it is 57.5. Generally, it is 57.5 and above. So that's winning is difficult. So from one is gate number 15 on a 1400 meter. Secondly is neutral. The other thing that might also get roped in is probably not, but on a 1400 meter, if like this one here, this one was drop again. I went with 3, but that just did not work, so they could not do it. The 6 won. Arman was right on that. Out of all this, they were all 53, capability 53. This was the only one which was capability was 55. And this was the highest here, apart from this and this. But this was doing 5 steps up. This was lower than this. But what mattered is basically the load on the jock. Okay, the load on the jock, the jockey alignment was bad. So probably that's one of the reasons why it failed. 10 had the arrangement, but again, just did not work. The 6 went through. And what I'm trying to say is, the low, all right, the lower weight. That was a 1400 meter. This is again a 1400 meter. So the 11 came in fourth. If you look at that, there was a jockey alignment on this, but with the jockey alignment also, it came in fourth. Here, the 14 is the other one. Okay, that is also going to run neutral. It's a low, and the jockey alignment is not there, but because it is a lower weight on a 1400 meter from an inner gate, there is a possibility on this. Okay, so one ideally should win. One doesn't look like one has a lot of competition. One doesn't look like one has a lot of competition. It is rightly aligned. What is not there is basically is the form line. So if that kicks in, it is upside down. But it has been to this track. It has won with the jock. So there's nothing, no issue. And if that's true, then this is very, very wide. This is also something that has the jockey alignment with a low pressure. So we'll see how that gets in. But they generally don't have they don't have the form lines. That's the issue. Even this one doesn't have the form line. It has a jump, which essentially means that it has done very well in the previous race where it came first. So that's where the jump is. 10 is a stable one, but it is from gate number 15 and it is going to be running neutral. So 57 running neutral is a problem. So we'll see how that works. I think one will win. Araman, you're crazy. Two and one. Arman. 215 actually. No, 216 I think. Is the thing that I want. This-
Late in the piece, I think she can map to be a fair bit closer today. Hopefully finds the rails, but I might be asking for a bit too much there from the mid-draw. But look, I just thought she was the one at double figures that could run really well. Surf's Up's going to be the one to beat, particularly during barrier one now. She was a good winner last time. Got all the favours, but we've seen Tarzan come out and frank that form, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's some money for her late. 10, Sequista. She's got a flying, this horse, going really well. Just the right gate, likely to get back the query, particularly with today's pattern. And 2, Flying Embers, I thought, produced a pretty good rating last time out. Also right in the mix. But 3, 1, 10 and 2, all eyes on where the horses get to in the run, Martin.
Late with the bookies, Surf's Up last 15 minutes, 320 into 270 would be best backs. Nibbles for Sequista, number 10, 850 into $8. Virgil's Gift, 9.50 out to 10, into 9, back to $9.50. And at long odds, a Rojas Stone, number 5 for Tyler Schiller, Nathan Doyle, 51 into $31. The best back, though, would be Swifty Harriet, number 8, $10 into $8.50. Was in off a freshen and kept chasing last time out here at Rosehill. Good thing beating the start prior at Flemington.
Yeah, she should have won at Flemington too back, as you said. It wasn't bad here the other day at Rosehill. Should be better for that run. And look, she maps barrier number 2, so probably likely to find the fence from that low draw. So, yeah, there's a bit to like there with the experience at Rosehill now.
Make It Sweet gets out from $10 to $16 with the Bagman. And she's actually undefeated 2 from 2 this way of going. It's won twice at Wagga, this 5-year-old man.
Yeah, I did notice that. So it's always good, isn't it, when they're sort of coming from Victoria? You want to see that they've been able to handle it before, so they've been able to switch across the border and have a crack a few times. So I think that's a big positive, Marta.
You're most worried about the favourite Surf's Up, who's Fangirl's younger half-sister, of course. She's got a very consistent early record.
Yeah, it was a lovely ride last time, but she's drawn to get the exact same run here again. Barrier 1, likely to park just behind the speed. And as I said, it's quite an advantage at this stage, the fence. So that's why she's firming here late, the track pattern and the fact that Tarzan franked that form last race as well. So, yeah, she had a chance last time. She went up about 230 with the tab, so she was always going to get out. But now that money arriving late with everything in her favour today.
Main quaddy leagues today at Rosehill. Races 7 through 10. Easiest way to get involved, Davo, scanning the QR code on screen.
Yeah, we've gone wide and we've put a few in with low draws today. So I think that's going to be a positive, and you can scan that QR code, get involved, and hopefully we can have a bit of joy with the quaddy at Rosehill today, Manu.
And if Davo gets it, 25% boost in bonus bets. For the 5th, here's Luke at Rosehill.
Complete the line. Stand by. by. This is the halfway stage of the Rosehill card. Set. All clear. They're racing. And away well surfs up from barrier 1. Rach is showing speed, as is Miss Kim Carr. Swifty Harriet pushing up there as well, settling down. It's the charge of the Light Brigade early stages. And going forward out wide is Virgil's Gift now to take up the running. From Swifty Harriet, Rach, then Miss Hades, followed by Surfs Up, Miss Kim Carr. Behind them, Flying Embers, Bella Corazon. Further afield, Sequista to the inside, followed by... Back behind those, Aroa Stone, then Make It Sweet. And last is I Captain. Out to the side they go, 7.50 to run. Virgil's Gift, the front runner, slows them down. Led by a half on Miss Hades. Swifty Harriet third in the box, followed by Rach. Then came Surfs Up. Favourite 3 horses back the rails. Inside of Miss Kim Carr. Bella Corazon, Flying Embers. Then Sequista, Aroa Stone, Keep It Sweet. And I Captain last defence. Virgil's Gift first for home. Led Miss Hades. Swifty Harriet getting out. Rach wide out. Miss Kim Carr. Bella Corazon sneaking through near the inside. And Surfs Up's now on the scene. It's Swifty Harriet, Virgil's Gift. And Surfs Up starting to run home strongly. Further back, Bella Corazon. It's Swifty Harriet. Surfs Up on the outside. Swifty Harriet joined by Surfs Up. There's not much between them. They hit the line. Surfs Up. Surfs Up, got up, beat Swifty Harriet. As for third, I Captain's rattled home with Bella Corazon. Then came Sequista. Further back was Keep It Sweet. Virgil's Gift is appointed. Miss Kim Carr, Aroa Stone, Flying Embers, Rach. Last in, Miss Hades.
Race double for Sienna Grima. Surfs Up on the outside of Swifty Harriet, nails it close to the wire, and Fangirl's half-sister, base 230 across all of the tapes there, Dover.
Yeah, nice ride. And on the pattern, Marto, she's riding...
We'll go to the next. It's very difficult to actually rely on these horses. They don't have the form line, and what they will do is God knows. But the one got there anyway. We'll go to the next. One, 6, 7 all scratched. Nine, 4, 14 and 2. Okay, this is 2400 meter. Now, uh, this distance is a little tricky distance. This one, generally the linears, which are this one and the 9, they're good till 2000 meters. But when it becomes 24, then it becomes a different ball game altogether. So now what happens on a 2400 meters? So 2400 meter is a very tactical race. The jockey has to be very smart. They cannot rape the horses. They have to stay calm and then move it. But generally, it is a higher weight with a low pressure. Generally, that's the scene. So the highest, if we look at, and that is creating pressure, then this one is the second one, which is creating a low pressure but doesn't have a form line. Then we go down, then it is those things are happening. But comes the thing of how this will work at the end of the day, because low pressure, this is not a higher weight. On the contrary, this becomes a, a baggage, because it's a drop and the jockey alignment is not right. So that's that part of the story. Now, what else can work is a lower weight, like these ones. But these lower weights are given to lower weights only, so that is also difficult. So plus their drop and the jockey alignment doesn't match. The one in this entire chaos, the 11 has the right arrangement with the jock. Okay, that's the right arrangement with the jock, and that's the drift. But the jock looks like that, and the form line is definitely missing. I don't know how to do this. Actually, the odds are right, but that generally doesn't happen. That generally doesn't happen. The linears, it's very difficult for the linears to get into. So what exactly is happening with the linears? Linears are handicapped, okay? Linears linears are these horses which are handicapped. These horses up till here they're handicapped, and from here onwards they are not. They're not as in like not exactly like them. So any horse which has a weight on it and racing is handicapped, but uh, this becomes a hindrance. This is becoming, this becomes a problem. So I don't know how this thing will work. This one is an EW, so this basically is with a low pressure, which always is something that manages. Maybe four. I won't get into it. This doesn't um, look like I want to get into it. This thing can, this is a lot, but that's the jockey load. That's the highest jockey load. So this probably has a chance for a place. Why the 9 might fail is because of the fact that it is a linear. It is the second linear. Okay. That's where it'll go out of his mind. EW on 4. I'm going to be right back in a jiffy. Okay, I'm back. Gate, welcome back, Gate. PC2EW more. What about that'll probably not happen. It doesn't have the form line. That's very nice, Gate.
Was outstanding. The run of the race for mine. He just had to get too far back from the gate. So, look, all eyes on how he starts. He's been a little bit tardy out the last couple, but barrier one, the big positive with this fence on fire. And look, if he gets any luck at all, he should be too good for these up to 2,400. And the market's definitely cotton onto him. They went up $3 plus with Tab, so he's been well back, that's for sure. 9, 4, 2 and 5, the numbers. Pinhole was a good winner at the midweeks last time. It was a bit of a fast run race and a real test of staying ability home, and this horse did a good job. Did finish behind King Pedro when they met earlier this prep, but look, a horse that's clearly going well and improving with every run. 2 Black Run looks your leader in the race and can be hard to run down. Just got 59.5, which is always a bit of a concern. And 5 sounds unusual. Probably wanted more rain, but he was a good winner 2 back, albeit on a wetter track. And he should see the trip out, even though it's his first go at it. 9, 4, 2 and 5. He's hard to beat, King Pedro. Just needs the luck at the key stage.
Marketplace agrees. 225 this morning, 175, just to $1.80 very late. Pinhole the second big, 5.50 out to $6. And the other one in single figures you've left out, So Suave for Tyler Schiller, Chris Wallace, 6.50 out to 8.50, back into $8. Ticking along okay this campaign. A full brother to Very Elegant.
Going along okay, mate. Just that gate I thought was a little bit awkward. Generally speaking, the stable go back from wide gates. He's sort of shown good speed in the past, so maybe he'll roll forward, but I just don't see him leading a horse like Black Run, so then he's probably unlikely to find the fence unless he goes back to last. So I think that's a concern. He's a good winner at Warwick Farm too back, though. He's not hopeless, but he's going to need a bit to go right.
So an interesting sidetrack. So Suave is a full brother to Very Elegant at Beldertel, which has gone 17 out to $34 and has been a fraction disappointing. She's a three-quarter sister to Very Elegant.
There you go, yeah. Well, both well-bred, and we know how good she was, the sister. They're not quite at that level, racing in the winter on a Saturday in Sydney. Very Elegant would be out in a paddock spelling when she was racing at this time of the year, but that's the great game. But look, they've both been handy horses, haven't they? And earning their connections plenty of prize money.
Time to start thinking about the main quaddie. And the first leg is the race to follow. Races 7 to 10 today. And we're about to put up a QR code on screen, which you can scan over and all of your selections straight into the bet slip.
Yeah, they go all in your bet slip there, Marto. Easy way to get involved there in the quaddie. If you don't want to pick out your own numbers, join us. 25% boost in bonus bets if it wins. So give us strength for the quaddie at Rosehill today.
Like with the bookies, I'll just note some support. If you're after a roughie, Centenario number 13, which is 17 out to 18 and then into $15 and placed to a key rival Pinhole on the Kenzo circuit this trip last time out.
And should be handlebars down early as well, Marto, to try to find the front. Whether he can get there and lead Black Run, we'll see, but will be a chance if they're able to get the front.
Bookie's favourite. Last 15 minutes, King Pedro just gets out from $1.85 to $1.95, and Pinhole 6.50 into $5.50 back to $6. So Suave 7 out to $8.50 back to $7.50. Getting set for the Stayers Cup with Luke.
Very good race. The only other horse out the back of the gates is the horse that ran second to him, and that's So Suave. And they're coming in. So we're nearly ready. Favourite barrier 2, King Pedro. They're off. He jumped fairly, King Pedro. He's going to find the rail about 4th early. Black Run bounded out nicely. Casual Connection, Centenario, So Suave coming across. And now King Pedro is going to end up in a gun spot. He's back on the inside in the second pair. So Suave 3 wide into the first turn. He's going to be stuck there, I think. Brave Call, Massoon, the next pair, followed by Pinhole, Sounds Unusual. Back on the inside, Go Daddy, and last is Belle de Tell. They've got a straight run now for a little while as they go to the 1,800 metres. Black Run led by 1 on Casual Connection. So Suave was caught wide, so he's being allowed to stride forward. He'll try and get outside the leader here in a moment. King Pedro, meanwhile, just cruising back forth the inside of Centenario. Massoon, Brave Call. It's centre field, 1 off the inside, followed by Pinhole. Lots of speed now as So Suave kept going and got to the front. Beldertel's third last, Go Daddy, and Sounds Unusual's last. So the field breaks in 2 here. We've got a trifecta out in front that are about 4 lengths in front of the peloton. It's So Suave getting keen now, led by 1.5 on Black Run. Racing third was Casual Connection. Then that aforementioned break of about 4 lengths. Centenario heads them up and King Pedro's back on the inside. Then came Brave Call, Massoon, Belle de Tell. Pinhole, Sounds Unusual. I reckon he's 16 off the lead, at least their second last. And Go Daddy is a length away last of all. So Suave got a bit fired up in the middle stage as he's done some work. 800 to go. Led by 3/4 Black Run. Casual Connection. Centenario's 4th. They've closed the margin on the top trio. Now King Pedro's just coming off the bit. McAvoy's starting to work on him. Not an instant response, but he's starting to build now, and he's still got the fence. followed by Brave Call. The others are flat to the boards in the straight. So Suave Black Run. Now King Pedro just needs the gap here. He's coming up behind them and building the revs. Here's the run coming. He had to breathe in, but he squeezes through now, King Pedro. And shortly afterwards, race to the lead from Casual Connection, Massoon Pinhole. Inside the last 200, King Pedro, he's just got to keep up the gallop. He's 3 in front of Massoon, Casual Connection and Pinhole. 75 to go. If you're on King Pedro, here I'm going to collect. King Pedro comes down and wins from
9,
Pinhole.
4, 10.
Third, Massoon, then So Suave, followed by Casual Connection. Then Sounds Unusual, Black Run, Go Daddy, Centenario, Brave Call, Belbatel.
Koala 1, 2, 3. King Pedro, much too good there, Davo. Your best bet. And out to $2.10 at the death.
Yeah, nice price in the end, considering he was always going to find the fast lane, Mardo, from barrier 2. And, yeah, Kerra McAvoy's riding really well at the moment. He got him in the right spot. He took a little bit of winding up, but a very easy watch there late.
9, 4, 10, and 14. Okay, 14. That happened. We'll go to the next. Huge scratching. 2, 4, 13. 2, 4, 13. 14 and 16. 18, 19. Fifteen, 8, 9, and 17. So 15 is the favorite, and 15 is the favorite because of the form line. If you look at the form line, there's nothing like it. And that's more or less the reason why it is the favorite. But it's a 1800 meter. So 1800 meter will play. This is anyway the EW. This is a low pressure which will come in. But the question is either it will jump from a low pressure to a high pressure, or from a high pressure to a low pressure. Now the point is this, that all those are good, but none of them has form line. Now in that case, if we look at how things are, so this thing is going to run neutral, okay? The 7 is going to run neutral, but here is the thing. So this is 0.5, and here it is 0.5 as well. So the jockey alignment is right on this horse, okay? The jockey alignment is right. It doesn't have a form line. We've got a balance on this. I don't know if this is going to win. That's a higher pressure. This is a low pressure. This is a drop. That is also a drop. It's a lower drop with a jockey, and the jockey alignment is right. The hand is also good, and it's a 58. This one is a 55. So bottom line is this, that this thing is going to get there as in it is with the form line, it'll get there. Now what happens after the form line? Then generally it is the jock which is here. Okay, generally it is that, like here also what we've seen is the jock, he pulled it off. Okay, the jock, whether he had the thing or not, he just pulled it off on I mean the highest drop with the highest jockey allotment. So that's the fact, and this was a lower drop, it came through. I did not want to participate in this, but here the 15 will get there, then probably it is jock who is going to go, and after jock it is the jock alignment which is here. Okay, so 15 should be there, but will it win is a question. So we'll see how that works. So what is the advantage on 15? It is a 3-year-old gilding. The rest all are 5-year-old, 8-year-old, 4-year-old. So age is on its side, form line is on its side, and the advantage of being an EW with a low pressure is on its side. So there are quite a few things which are on its side, plus the body weight. It's a big horse. So we'll see how that works. 15 is the favorite. We'll get there. 7 and 5 both are checks. Okay, this is a lower drop with a higher jockey allocation, and this one is the arrangement on the jock. So all those things are there. So we'll see how that works. 15 is the favorite. It will win. With the form line, it looks like it will win. We are lucky that it's not raining today, Jimmy. It always does that. It is. Um, Good. Winter. Yeah. And also, I mean, I know Uh, I have a lot of subscribers from Venezuela. I I just don't know how to address this, but what happened in Venezuela in the last couple of days is something that I cannot. I mean, I can't frame it in the right way, but what happened is definitely very sad. I was I was looking at all the videos online, what happened in Venezuela, and I was thinking about all my subscribers who were there. I don't know if you have seen the recent news. It's more than 10,000 people who've been affected. I mean, 10,000 people have actually passed away. That's massive. So whether it is winters or summers or whatever, I think the things are changing. The world is changing around us, and it is giving us some very straightforward signals here, there, everywhere. Um, Form line, but this is where the trap is. The trap is with the form line. That's so prominent on the face, but when we look here, it's a capability is 55 with a drop, no jock support. Jock looks like that. It's an EW with a low pressure, so probably it'll get in, but things are quite things are quite possible to go wrong. Things are quite possible to go wrong. Gate Newcastle, one Rosehill. One is a 13, that's the highest weight. Yeah. But that also is in a shape which is irreversible kind of a thing. Gate, boom. Newcastle.
Been trippier, but we've heard the change of tactics come through that he's going to be ridden more forward, so hopefully that's going to help him. I think he might be a better horse this preparation. Love the way the stable are talking about him. 17, 8, 5 and 20. The numbers, perfect play. What you see is what you get. Typical mare that runs to the same rating every time, and drawn to get a good run today. Should get every possible chance. Thrown in the 5, Golden Century. This is a big improver today. I thought the run was a sneaky effort first up. Might need one more, but draws barrier 1, which is really important today, and I thought could run a race. And 20, El Hudson, I thought was also a good chance as well. But Existential Bob on top for me, 17 from 8, Bardo.
And it's an $8 chance out by $1 from its opening figure this morning. Congressman, the favourite, is $4 out to $5. Perfect play, $7.50 into $6.50 back to $7. Hovland is $7 into $6 back to $7. Golden Century in the Davidson mix attracts interest, $11 into $8. You know about Existential Bob. El Hudson is the other one in single figures, $8.50 this morning. $10 back into $8.50 late, and is also in the Davidson mix. They're the key players as we launch off the main quaddie here. Congressman is the bookies' favourite, $4.40 out to $5.50, back into $5. Not in your mix. What's the read? Close up. 2 of his 3 starts off a 14-month break. No weight today after the claim for Kariah Keatings.
Yeah, it's going to be popular, Marto, with his on-pace style. I thought he was okay in Brisbane last time out, but it was the run of a horse that's going all right, but I didn't think it was anything to write home about, to be honest. But look, that rating, if you give him that rating, it stacks up really well here. But when they don't quite finish the races off like he did last time, I just bring him back a little bit, but concede he's going to get some on-pace favours today, and he's got a chance. I was just happy to go around him.
Second pick with the bookies is Hovland. Kieran McAvoy, Tom Charlton, $7.50 back into $7. Comes off a good strong win last time out at Warwick Farm. Freshened and out to 1,800 metres again today, but he's 1 from 1 this trip, Hovland.
Yeah, flying this campaign. He's come back super and probably could have won an extra race this campaign, Marta, but he's just been drawing those wide gates and needing a lot to go right. So today draws a marble, gets a rider in good form in McAvoy, and off that last performance, he's going to go close. Just if he finds that rail, it's going to be a positive for him today.
Golden Century attracts interest everywhere. Sienna Grima's already got a double. $10 into $8 late with the bookies. A former Kiwis Group 1 place in last year's NZ Derby.
Yep, and I thought a horse that's just going to get the right run here, Marto, from barrier number 1, is going to find that fast lane. And I thought he did enough first up here at Rosehill. He had to go back from the gate. He could potentially position up a little bit closer today. Look, his winning distance range is 1,900 to 2,000, so whether he needs one more and a little bit further, that was the only question, but I think he's a big improver today. I'm not surprised there's good money for him.
Other nibbles with the bagman late, El Hudson, 9 out to 10 back into $8. Sacrifice number 10, 14 to 12. Must Scare is $15 into $13. It's the start of the main quaddie, Davo. Not too late to get involved, particularly if you scan the QR code on screen and all of your selections straight into the bet slip.
Yeah, we've all forgot to put the quaddie on, Marto, so if it's getting to that stage for you and you want a quaddie, well, you might scan that QR code and join us. It'll go straight in your bet slip, so still plenty of time to scan that QR code, get involved, and hopefully get some bonus bet boost there if we do get it home.
Just note a late push at big odds for Forbidden Riff, Will Stanley and the Freedmans. It's horse 12 and it's 31 into $19 very late on a 7-day backup.
You'd like soft ground, horse drawn low, Marto, so likely to find that right part of the track as well. So can see the appeal. The horse has had a few excuses this campaign.
7th at Rosehill with Luke.
Scare set. Last one to move in, Stylebender. 1,800 for race number 7. Ready to break, $5 the field here. Existential Bob just sitting back on the gates. Now they're off. Missing at Golden Century. Away Well Sacrifice. Forbidden Riff showing some speed. Wide out. Congressman is now being sooled up there and he's going to try and burn across the face of the field. A bit of pressure early. Passing the 15.50, breaking out of the pack. Congressman goes round the outside to take it up from Inquiring Minds. Perfect play, Existential Bob. Then Hovland, followed on the rails by Sacrifice. The over-racing Forbidden Riff. Boys Night Out, Scare, Anything Goes, Golden Century. Then L Hudson, and last is Stylebender. Midway down the back, front runner Congressman, led by half a length on Inquiring Minds. Perfect Play getting the run of the race, third on the inside of Existential Bob. Then Sacrifice, Forbidden Riff, he won't settle, and now he's going up 3 wide. Hovland next, followed by Luscare. Then Boys Night Out, Anything Goes. Golden Century's come 1 off, followed by L Hudson. And last is Stylebender. It's Congressman leading the field to the side. They spread out over 14 lengths. Congressman by 3/4 on Inquiring Minds. The inside was Perfect Play. Existential Bob, Forbidden Riff. Then Sacrifice, Hovland. And as they turn, at the head of the others was Boys Night Out in the straight. It's Congressman in front. Inquiring Minds looms up. Behind them, Perfect Play. Leader leaves the fence. Existential Bob is looming. Further back, Sacrifice. And back behind those horses then was Hovland, and weaving through is Luscare. Congressman out of carrots just about. Luscare coming off heels. Sacrifice the inside, 100 to go. Sacrifice shoots up on the inside. Luscare the stablemate outside. But Sacrifice drives through, takes the lead, and Sacrifice will beat Luscare.
7.
Anything Goes, L Hudson.
10, 7,
followed
11.
by Stylebender, Congressman. Perfect Play. Anything Goes, Boys Night Out, Existential Bob, Hovland, Golden Century, Forbidden Riff, and Inquiring Minds disappointing.
Sacrifice home for Tom Sherry and paying the $11 range across the totes. Scratch Caulfield to be safe for Rosehill. That was a good decision, Dover.
Yeah, it was, Mardo, and he's found that right part of the track, scooted through late and got the job done in pretty good.
So that that was a bad idea. On that was a bad idea. What happened is that 10 was how did the 10 win is something that I don't know, but the 7 got through. Because of the jockey alignment, but 10 is that happened. 10 15 got knocked out. Man. 55.5, 55, 17, 3.5 drop. What happened here is very weird. I mean, this one was tricky. I understand. The 11 also got there. The 11 small. The 11 also got there. So the 15 was a fake one. This is something that happens, okay? Whenever it is on the face and you have nothing else to choose from, that is invariably going to go wrong, because there's something somewhere is hidden and we have no clue. So basically what happened, it went to a jock. It went to a jock, okay? It went to this jock. Why? Now let's figure out what happened to 5. The 5 I thought would go there, had the alignment, but he looks like this. Who was the jock on 5? Grima. Should have done that. Why she failed, I don't know. Grima was good. Instead, the 7, 10. The 10 and then the 7 got there. Both of this is weird actually. The 10 actually was a weird one. I went with the 5. That did not happen. I thought it'll at least get a place. That did not happen. But the 7 ideally got there because of the alignment on this. And the 11 with the low here. They were very weird it played. Okay, we are here for the listed race. We'll see what happens. Seven and 10 has been scratched. There's no 7, no 10. 4, 6, 1, 2. The odds are right. The odds are right. So what's happening is the 2 is a 54, which is lower than these 2 horses, but with a jockey support, and there's a drop. 4 is a fantastic form line, and there is no drop. Okay, but that's how the jockeys have been assigned. Okay, 0-0, but they look good. They're good jocks. But this is a higher drop with lower intention, lower allotment. So this probably is going to be a little dicey one. And where the allotment is, the jockey is Ladad. So this is probably a place. 2 is definitely a place. Now about 6. Here is the scenario. So it is jumping 2 steps up. That's that part of the story that's there. Then all those things are there, but here is the 8, which is a 7-year-old gelding, and we have a match on this. Okay, that's a 55-60. This is too high. The jock is kind of like that, but this one is coming from 11, gate number 11. 7-year-old gelding doesn't have a form line but has the jockey alignment. It is exactly like this. Okay, the 7, it is exactly like this, where the jockey alignment, it is either going to be like this or it is going to be like this. So that's where the thing is. So that's that part of the story. So now how this might play. So 2 is a high pressure, this is a low pressure. They're all going to be doing higher in this. Here it is 55, that's a 54, 1. 5, it is a 55.5, is going to run 55.5, from 58 to drop. So that should drop. No jockey alignment, so that's out. 55 will run 55, 1, 10 is that, so that's that. So 3 probably is not going to try now. What will happen is it will go to the jockey who's here. Or it will go here. 54. This is 55. That's a 55. 55. This is a 3.5. Just on that. So that's that. And then 3.5 is 67. And then 38. 11. Let's see if that. Let's see if that works. It's the right odd. Should work. The jock's good. Now we will also be able to figure out what happens here with this drift, because generally whenever he is here he fails. We've seen that. We'll see how that works. And let's see if that works. The 4 ideally should win. That's good. This is the jockey. Now let's see what happens to this. 11, 8. It's a puzzle for the grown-ups. It's like a jigsaw puzzle for the grown-ups, bro. Jimmy. It's a jigsaw puzzle. I mean, if you can crack the puzzle, which one is going to knock? I mean, I mean, which one is going to knock from where and how things are going to go wrong. Actually, the problem is this, that in Australia, they don't publish the actual body weight of the horse. We are making an assumption here, okay? We are making an assumption here that this is the heaviest horse. That's something that we are making an assumption here, depending on how the weights have been allocated and all that, plus the jockey, everything. So we are making an assumption that these are the heaviest weights, okay? So if that's that part of the story, if we had the actual numbers where the numbers are showing what the actual weight is, like they show it in Hong Kong, but having said that, the problem with Hong Kong is this, that they show everything. They will show the body weight, they will show the track distance and everything, every number is right. But they will dose the horses and they will say that they do it to keep them calm. So even if you have the data, what they will do is they will dose the horses. They will give them something which will make them, behave like zombies. If you have seen those horses at Hong Kong, they look like zombies. So even if you have those numbers, you're dealing with zombies. So that's a different side of the story. But point is this, that, it's a puzzle. It's a grown-up puzzle. It's a puzzle for the grown-ups. And I like to play with it. I like to see what's happening. And we are getting somewhere. I mean, we have the direction and the determination. So we're getting somewhere, but still there are a lot of gray areas which needs to be identified. For example, how did that 10 get there as a neutral? There's no form line on this. And that went through. I mean, you must, either the jock is a fantastic jock. That's what the jock is all about. I'm sorry, gentlemen, I went offline for a while.
And they're racing now. God's Window Affair starts. Fod was the first to begin it. Golden Path, Glory Days pushing forward. So is Know Thyself. Favourite's going to be back and wide here early stages. So Glory Days comes across the face. and is going to find the front from Zaphod. Handy was Skylab improving to get outside the leader. Golden Path is one out, one back. Behind those then was Know Thyself and Touristic, the next pair. They were being closely followed by Mason, Louis, Tavros, and God's Window back to last. Glory Days into the back straight, leads by half a length on Skylab. Third the rails was Zaphod, followed by next in the run Golden Path, Know Thyself. Touristic down on the inside. Mason, Louis, Tavros, and God's Window. Won't be easy from back there. He's last and pulling a bit. So as they go down the back section of the course, no change to the order. Glory Days was marked urgent by Farragut, and he went to the front, leads by 3/4. Shows out from Skylab. Zaphod is switching off nicely, third the inside. Then Golden Path taking a trail today. Touristic back on the rails from Know Thyself, Tavros, Mason, Louis, and God's Window. He is last, about 7.5 to 8 lengths off the lead. Glory Days out to the side. 650 metres to go. He led by a half on Skylab. Zaphod waiting behind as they negotiate the 500 metres now. Golden Path is next. Then came in behind them Touristic, Know Thyself. And the favourite is still last here to the turn, God's Window. 400 metres to go. Glory Days. Zaphod getting a run at the right time. Skylab went wide. Then Golden Path, Know Thyself. God's Window's coming through near the inside. Still 5 off them though. Glory Days, Zaphod, 250 metres to go. Glory Days is digging in. Zaphod labouring a bit to get past. And Tavros is getting a rails run with God's Window. It's Glory Days in front. Tavros is going to surge at him, but Glory Days is hanging on. Wins from Tavros.
11.
Between God's Window and Zaphod. Then Touristic, followed by Mason, Louis, Know Thyself, Golden Path, Skylab.
8-11.
Second up from a break and will defeat Tavros, and 4 will run third. And
8-11. So that came in with this lower weight. And 8 won. How beautiful is that? 8. Yes, 8, Jimmy. That is because of the jock. That is the arrangement on the 8. Okay. 4 generally fails from there. We spoke about it a zillion times here. Eight also got there, 11 also got there with the lower weight. Okay. So here it played the jock and the low weight. I was on the Yes, I'm back. I'm really sorry, Jimmy, Gate, PC. I'm really sorry, gentlemen. I went offline for a while and I went almost nuts. I went almost nuts to figure out what was happening. So that happened. I'll just pull out my stuff. Sticky note. This one was 8, 11. And then what I don't know. That 7-year-old gilding 8, okay. Why? Because of that arrangement on the jock. That's a jockey arrangement. It did not have the form line, but went through. And then the 11 with the low. Okay. Then what happened, I don't know. Eight, 11, 4, and 6. 4 and 6. So let's check how 4 and 6 got there. 4 was with form everything, but here is the thing. I don't know. I mean, PC would remember. Jimmy, you would remember. We've spoken about this. The moment this genius is up here, he fails. And I don't know why. We still can't figure out why. You see, everything was right on this horse. That was the lowest drop. Should have gotten into it and got through with that jock. But the moment you give it everything in platter, the moment everything is in platter with this guy, he will fail from there. Why? I don't understand. The moment he is on top of the BL line, he will fail. We'll go to the next. Huge scratching. 1, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. 11. All scratched. 14, 15, 12, and 6. Ideally, it is 12. Ideally, it is 12. Now, where the problem is the form line. Now, without a form line, it is a bad idea. Without a form line, it's a bad idea to actually work with any of those. It is actually this one. If we look at what is happening, so this is a 50, they're all 55.5, 55.5. Okay, this is lower. This one is a 56, which is higher than this, but it is coming from gate number 13. Okay, this one, which is higher, is not doing well. So ideally it is 55. Okay, ideally it is 55 with the lowest one. So this is this one, the 12. Ideally it is the 12. Now it doesn't have the form line. We'll see how that works. The 14 is good. It has the jock support, so that probably is the second one. Okay, but here is the game. They generally don't come in together. So there is a low pressure that will play. There is a low pressure which will play in between. So this is possible. The 9 is possible. The 15 is possible. But that's bad actually. The 15 is form line, but it's 56, 57.5. Bad stuff with the jock. So that's not great. Ideally it is 12. 12, then there has to be, before it reaches here, generally there is a low pressure which will work. Now, which low pressure is going to work is, I mean, this is jock with a low pressure can get in the 7 from, but that's gate number 13. Why not the 6? The 6 is higher, but it is not doing well. Okay. We'll see how the 12 works. This was a crazy one, the 8. So it's basically, basically what is happening. This is what is happening. So we have to work on this. We have to get a winning weight, which I'm waiting for Flemington to give us a little more support. Once we have had Flemington, then we will have a little better idea of how the allocations are working. Okay, right now we are matching them with two different categories. One is what is total jock allocation, and then what is the RH, rider holdings. So we are working with that. So that needs to be worked out. Okay, that needs to be worked out, and we need a concrete weight, a winning weight. Right now this is the weight which the horse is carrying. This is the ideal weight, and then there is a winning weight. Why the winning weight will work, why the winning weight needs to be identified, is what is happening, what is being done by the house. The house, see, the horses are like computers. Okay, the horses are exactly like computers. They work like computers, otherwise the data will never match. The data matches. And why? Because the horses are like computers. What is happening is the amortization which is being done on the drop and the allocation of the jock. How they are doing the drop, because here it is showing a drop. Okay, they are saying it's a drop. Now that drop is acting as an advantage, which we spoke about. I think PC first started talking about it long time ago, that's a drop and that will have an advantage. So we know what the advantage is. So it came from 58 and it dropped here, became 53. So obviously it becomes an advantage. Now the thing is, that's one way of looking at it. Now why it got beaten by the 54 is because of how the weight has been adjusted here. So this is 54. It's the lowest weight on a 2000 meter that it was carrying. Not the lowest, but one of the lowest. And 11 was the lowest. So those two low weights actually went through the linear, which was here. It did not get a chance. It did not get a chance because it was getting negative. Now, here is the other thing that I have seen. So, if you remember, there was at Flemington, we had some very strong horses. Okay, one day, I will tell you the day. That was 25th of April. Okay. If you look at 25th of April, Okay, some strange things happened. Firstly, you know, this one with that massive negative actually won. All right. I tried digging into it like nobody's business. And then what I figured out is the rest of the horses that were actually racing, they were all negative leverage. So this one was good, had was negative, but it was racing against extremely bad horses. Okay. Same goes to the others. Here, that thing won. I think the two. No, the two I think lost. Something like that happened. But here, up till the race three, I think 2, 3, it was massive. It was massive that day. But when I was looking at what happened basically with this horse, they were all like negative leverages. So they are mixing and serving it to us, and they are making it a point that we lose. But one thing that needs to be taken care of is, you know, once we have the playbook, what is the game the house is playing? Okay, the house is playing a game. I mean, otherwise it's impossible. I mean, look at that. It's so much on your face that you would automatically tend to believe. Forget about, I mean, we have the data. We are doing data analysis. So when you look at that kind of a data, you obviously tend to think that there's nothing doing. But then comes the problem that no, it is not exactly that simple. Then comes the problem that it is not exactly that simple, and we're constantly trying to figure out how they are playing. Where exactly are they misleading? They are misleading, and they are misleading because that's their job, and we are getting misled. Oh, I don't know, Jimmy. I'm at times I feel like I'll faint. At times I feel like I'll faint because you cannot you it's like you're peeling the onion one layer at a time, and it takes so much of time to figure out which layer to peel off, which one is misleading. First we thought this is the drop. Okay, that's the drop. That is misleading. That's not the drop. The drop is here. Okay, that's the drop. It is it is a little problematic, but we will figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'm running these races as a program on my server, like twice a week. All right. So we are getting the errors every time we run it, and we try to check and figure out where exactly the problems are and where the game is. Not there yet, but let's see. Ideally, it is 12 for this one. Okay. Ideally, it is 12, but uh, doesn't have a form line. We'll see how that works. This one is from gate number 18. Okay. Not doing well, losing weight. That's not the thing. It's a 55, 55, 55. This one is the only higher one, which is 56 from gate number 13. Has the body weight, can get in. Where else it will knock, God knows. We don't have a jockey arrangement on this one, other than the fact that this one looks very close. This is 2 to 3.5. This is 2.5 to 3.5. So this is pretty close. The 9. So let's see how that 9 works. We need a low pressure before it reaches 14. Even if the 14 wins, then also we'll need a low pressure to reach a 12. But ideally it is 12 to win. Doesn't have the form line. Dows! Welcome back, Dows! 10. 10 is this one. 58. Will drop. Yeah, but look at the genius. The genius is like that. Okay. Man. Gate 17. Possibly. This one is a 56 going as a neutral. Generally, that doesn't work. But that's on a 56. We have a 56.5 up here on gate number 13. So that's that. Ten is possible. 10 is also possible. Let's see. Six. Yeah, the six is good, but it is coming from gate number 18 and it is losing body weight like nobody's business. So it is not doing well on one side. On the other side, with that not doing well, it has done something recently which is also good. All confusing. Gate number 18. Gate. That's 18. That's why that's why I'm saying the 12 has better chances to win, but it doesn't have form line. That's the point. Doesn't have form line. Seven. Yeah, that thing can get there. That thing can get there. That is possible.
This campaign is attracting really good interest. Tab fix into $3 off $4.80 to market mover.
Yeah, he's been well back, Marto, and look, he's going to find the right part, I would imagine, from that low draw, and he's having a good preparation. He was terrific at Warwick Farm a few starts ago when heavily backed as well, so he's probably racing in career best form. Former Big Papa looks okay. I know that horse didn't win earlier, but he's on top. Look, my official numbers are 14, 8, 15 and 16, but the one I want to actually steer punters towards is my fifth pick, 17 Zuripper, who I promote heavily now because of the fence in run, Marto. He's the one I'd have a bet in the race right now at the odds. Sanctified's got a great chance, but $3 is getting bottom of the market for me. So I think Zoo Ripper, he was off the fence at Canterbury first up on a fence day, and then he trialled well prior to that. Second run, Joe Pride, blinkers on, but he's got barrier one, so that's worth about 3 lengths today. That fence is on fire. He's going to find it, no issue there. And I just think he might jump out of the ground. I was sort of 50-50 on him this morning going, yeah, I think you're in the mix, but not the best chance. But the way this track's playing, I think he's the bet in the race now, Marto. So he'd be the one I'd be steering punters towards the 17.
And it went up at $9.50, late $12 back into $11. Zoo Ripper. Sanctified, as I've touched on, is the best back. There are others to attract interest. Star Deal is one of those, number 6 off that first up win. $9 just into $8. Quick read there on the tab from this morning to now. Late figures bookies. Sanctified $3.30, $3.40 into $3.10. Best back exit fee $6.50 to $7 back to $6.50. Star Deal $8.50 into $8. Stagnum has a buyers number 16. And it's 10, 11 into $9 as it resumes off a lengthy break and 2 trials for Team Hawks. What's the read on Stagnum?
I think he's the best horse in the race, Marto. It's just that long break and that wide gate. 2 big negatives for me today. So, look, if he finds the fence from 12, they're a genius. And if they can do that, great. If they can't, they're in trouble.
Poker Jack is 31 into 26 and has been spec'd in the trade as well. Sanctified got a bit keen last time out, but kept chasing. Same grade and weight today.
Yeah, and Kieran McAvoy's riding so well at the moment. He's in really good form. He maps to get the right run here the way this track is, and he's going to be hard to hold out. He's clearly the one to beat, and no surprise to the market. firming towards him. Like I said, I just think you could have someone on the 17 here late. 310, still not a bad price, Sanctified. I can't talk you away from it. He's still my top pick in the race.
And they said
Zoo Ripper the inside. And they're racing. Sanctified got away okay from barrier 2. Speed out wide, ready to shine. Stardeal came out humming it. Poker Jack is getting through the middle of horses. And toward the inside was Couples Retreat. So when they settle down, it's ready to shine. Showing good speed to lead Stardeal, Poker Jack. Sanctified the inside is fourth. They're going quickly. The outside was Couples Retreat, Snack Bar. Zoo Ripper the inner, followed by Yoshinobu, Exit Fee, First Landing, Flying Trapeze, Stagnum, and Balkans is last. Stardeal up on the outside of Ready to Shine, Poker Jack 3 deep. Behind those was Sanctified as they make the turn. From Couples Retreat, Snack Bar and Zoo Ripper. Top of the straight, Ready to Shine, Stardeal together. Poker Jack deeper out. Now Sanctified runs up behind. He's just trying to go through the gears and get after them. And late is Snack Bar. Snack Bar, is he in the mood today? He's coming down the outside after Ready to Shine. Ready to Shine in front. Having a think, is he snacky? Ready to Shine digs in. Zoo Ripper late. Ready to Shine. Yes, Ready to Shine. Wins from Zoo Ripper. Snack Bar third. Then Sanctified, followed by Poker Jack, Couples Retreat, Stardeal, then Poker Jack, followed by Stagnum, Exit Fee, Flying Trapeze, Yoshinobu, then Balkans and First Landing.
it's a treble for Sienna Grima, Ready to Shine, lightly raced 5-year-old with a handy record. It's going really well at the moment, Davo.
Yeah, and the rider's just airborne at the moment, Marto. What a lovely ride to be able to get that horse to the front.
Jimmy, thank you for being here, my friend. 8. Eight, 17, 10. 8, 17. Ten. And 14. That thing did not do anything. Okay, we're up to the last one. It's a benchmark 88, 1500 meter. $16 has been scratched. We don't have 16. $10, $9, $15, $17. The odds are right. The odds are right. What basically is happening is right. The 10 is the right odd. So why it's the right odd? Now if we do that and if we see what is happening, so those are all 53, there's a 56 here. That's okay, but that's a 6-year-old gilding, and there's a jockey support on this, so there's a possibility that the two might get there in some form or way. That's a 56. Then we come here, that's an 8-year-old gilding. Okay, that's not happening. These are both 54.5, 54.5, so this is down to 3.5. With that, jock support will not be much of a help. This is further down. That will not be a help. But, you know, that might work as a downgrade. That might work as a downgrade. So that's that part of the story. Now the 10 is a 56, which is no drop. I mean, through 56.5, it is no drop here. It is a drop here from 59, which is the right weight for this horse. Okay, so far. So which is okay. And there's a jock on this who's good. So basically the odds are all on jocks if you look at what is happening. So that's where the thing is. They have left out 12 for some reason, but those are the things because of the form line maybe. And then it is 9 and 15 here. So yes, the 10 is the right odd, but the things are going wrong. Things are going wrong, and here we don't have any such thing as jock support like the one that we were getting, other than the fact that that is the closest. That is an 8-year-old. That will not work. All those things will not work. So the odds are right in its own sense. The odds are right. The 10 with a low pressure 1500 meter will get the advantage. Here 59. This is a higher drop with a jock on this, but doesn't have a form line. The other one is here, which is 14, which is a drop from 58. So that's a 53. There's a 53 which is chasing 53, 54, which is a larger drop. A larger drop, but here there is a form line on it. So yes, probably that thing is there, but how will it play? I don't know. We'll just watch this one. That's brilliant, PC. Ready to shine. I'm very scared one of these 8-year-old geldings might just knock things out. There are too many 8-year-olds, and they're there for a reason. One, two, three. 3 8-year-olds. What are they doing? There's no race 10. There is one race 10 here, which is benchmark 88, but I have no clue what will happen. Everything looks like a drop. And the one which are up in the game are looking like this is the drop. This is the drop. Would work. It's actually a bad horse. Probably. Yes, 100% closed right now. That's good for you. Great. That app is saving you from getting into trouble.
Hollywood Hero, another one that should find the fence, the barrier 2, get back and then run on. He did more than enough there first up at 1300. He just needs them to roll along because he's a horse that doesn't have a real turn of foot. He's more a sustained finish type of horse. And number 9, More Jude, well, I think it'll be handlebars down from that outside gate, try to find the front and catch me if you can style tactics for a really fit racehorse. But 15 Yam for me. Just hoping he can find that right run today. And, he's come back really well this preparation.
Let's have a look at the late action with the bookies, and there's not a lot of action to report. Mr. Chaplin is the favourite, Davo, $4.60 into $4.40. You mentioned that first up win at Randwick. He's second up today off an 8-month break. Clearly, though, a talented import.
Yeah, and he's well back there first up as well, Marto, at Randwick. So that's always a positive, clearly saying he was going well prior to that and had trialled nicely. And look, Nash gave him the best ride you'll see there, but
Adam,
the way this is panning out today, and the Nat should just find the fence behind the leader, and that's going to be worth probably 3 lengths today. So that's perfect for him. Can understand why he's your favourite. He's got to go out and do it again, but he's going to get every opportunity today.
Hollywood Hero's best back to beat it, $8 into $6.50 late with the bookies. Hit the line well first up in tougher grade. Scratched Eagle Farm to be saved for today's assignment. And last time it was second up, ran second to a good horse, Osipenko, in the Little Dance at Randwick.
Yeah, he doesn't win out of turn, but 1500's ideal for him, and they're just going to roll along. But I think they will in this race because More Jude will be stamped urgent from out wide. So I think that'll generate some tempo. He needs that because he'll finish strongly, but he needs them to be out on their feet to get home over the top of them. So he's going to find the nice part there from barrier 2 as well, and he's going to get the right run, and he'll be zooming home in the last 200 metres.
Yam is 750 out to 850. Back into 8 is your top pick. Ticking along well in Victoria and Adelaide of late. He's won 3 races this way of going as well, though.
Yeah, exactly. Craig Weeding sort of takes his horses across the border quite a bit, and look, they bring to town. I know the one before, Make It Sweet, didn't run well, but
That's the name of the game, Adam,
I think
man.
this one will be a lot more positive from that low draw, and look, it's just going to depend how things pan out in the first 300. If he gets the right run, he's going to be there in the finish, but if he doesn't, then he's probably going to struggle. So we'll see how it pans out that first couple hundred.
Couple of firms at longer odds. Narbold for Sienna Grima chasing 4 for the day is $14 into $12. Come back to racing well without winning so far. 3 weeks off and 5th in a trial here since for Chris Waller.
Yeah, look, one thing good about this horse is the jockey's really switched on to how this track's playing today, Sienna Garima. She's just working it out very well. Going to need to be at her best here from this very wide gate, but she's really switched on at the moment, riding in great style. And this horse is your typical Saturday out of carnival, bread and butter type, consistent and generally bobs up from time to time.
And No Drama, number 11 for Tom Sherry and Matt Dale is $31 into $21. Back in Sydney, off an 8th at Flemington in Victoria.
Yeah, and he'll be stamped urgent early to go forward and be in the first few Mardos. So that's his chance for sure if he can dictate.
Let's head to Luke and wrap it all up.
Palace walking up with Narbold. Emerald kept on the move back behind the gates. Good to see him break through last start. He probably hasn't got to where we thought he might have at this stage of his career, but he might be able to go on with it now after a last start win. 2 to move up. They're 2 of the speed influences in the race. More Jude and No Drama. No Drama coming up at the barrier blanket. Now More Jude, Andrew Atkins aboard More Jude. And we're set to go. Red light, race 10 at Rosehill. They stand. And they're racing now. Moorjude seizes Palace out wide, fast into stride. Astero gets a dig in the ribs. And as they settle down, Astero goes through to join Moorjude. Fearson on the outside. They are absolutely humming. Pushing up as well as No Drama, Yam, and in behind those then was Mr. Chaplin, followed by Mickey's Medal. Further afield then as they sort out their order fully now Caesar's Palace. In behind those was the Creator from Hollywood Hero Spione. Narbold, 7's getting back with Elliptical and 5 lengths away then to Narbold. So they're still hiking along here. Astero, 800 metres to Drama. Yam racing 4th, followed by Mr. Chaplin on the rails. Then came Pearson. Mickey's Medal, Caesar's Palace, Hollywood Hero, the Creator, Narbold, Spione, 7's Elliptical as they spin up towards the home turn. Emirate is just ahead of those. They've got 375 to run. Astero Moorjude into the straight from No Drama. Mr. Chaplin running home. On the outside is Yam, Hollywood Hero, railing from a long way back. So's Emirate. Astero's gone here at the 200. Hollywood Heroes weaving through. Look at the run Hollywood Heroes getting. Coming after Mr. Chaplin. Then No Drama. Emirate 100 to go. Hollywood Heroes shot through. Grabbed the lead from Mr. Chaplin. Emirate's flying late. He might get them. Yes, he will. Emirate has blown them out. Nailed Hollywood Hero in the last stride. Mr. Chaplin 3rd, 4th a photo. Mickey's Medal and wide out was 7's. Then No Drama. Narbold. Followed by the Creator, Yam. Here's these leaders, Astero, Moorjude. He's back there with Spione and Fearson and Caesar's Palace.
Emirate goes back-to-back with another storming win under Reece Jones.
Boom! Arman, that was a good one.
Promised to deliver plenty.
14 to 10. $14. 10. That happened. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 10 races today here at Rosehill. And that was the last one. But we're going to be racing back again on Wednesday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun and try to solve the puzzles. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. It means a lot to me. We do horse racing analytics purely on mathematics. So if you like that stuff, please come back and we will chat together, try to solve the puzzles. Oh, thank everybody. Gate, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Araman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jimmy, I know you've left, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you, Jen.